How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, shits and teddy bears. Dee -dee -dee. So welcome to a very, very historic station that's still going today. Built way back in 1934, ladies, sheds and teddy bears. It's one of the largest bomber stations in England or Britain. Oi, doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears? Hope we're all good. And this is a very, very historic base, and even its legacy of the very wing that operates here is still flying today, and still flying the markings of their lineage all the way back when they first arrived. A very different role to what they play now. You all know them as the 100th Bomb Group. And nicknamed the Bloody 100th. They extend back to the 1st of June 1942. And the Army Air Forces activated the 100th Bomb Group until they arrived at Thorpe Abbots in Norfolk. Set sail in 1943 on the RMS Queen Elizabeth, along with a flight on Air Refeuling, and together moved to RAF Thorpe Abbots, flying their very first Mighty 8th combat mission on the 25th of June 1943. They were flying the B-17 Flying Fortress, and you can see the Square D flying proudly on that tower at Mildenhall, because the 100th Air Refeuling Wing are the very, very, very bomb group that started them out. That's where they descended from, the 100th Bomb Group, and they still fly. It's an honour for them to actually fly it operationally, not for decorative, shall we say, not for a like a fly past. They actually genuinely fly this operationally. So it's not a ceremonial square D. It's an honour to actually still fly it, and that's all because I believe it's about 30 miles, maybe 30 miles away. The backwards crow flies is Thorpe Abbott. So when the 100th Air Refueling Wing came back to the UK after leaving in 1945, they were so close to Mildenhall that they were given the honour to still carry on flying the Square D. Now, amongst the B-17s that they were flying, even the nose art are decorated on the port side of the aircraft they fly today, which is the KC-135, which is the Strato tanker. It's a gas station of the sky, a beautiful aircraft that's filling up our US Air Force, Royal Air Force and Allied NATO aircraft in the skies. The one sole surviving squadron, which were the 351st Bombardment Squadron, they fly today. They are now redesignated as the 351st Air Refueling Squadron. It's amazing how that legacy is still going. Now, I know what you're thinking. You're probably thinking, Nikos, come on, what's going on with these two here? Yeah, these are F-15QAs, man, and wow, it's been on and off all day, whether they were coming or whether they were leaving or staying, and it's been all over the place at the moment. They're just trying, they are in there, there's pilots in there, they are waiting to go, but the problems arise from it was cancelled, their original flight, for whichever reason, and the new flight plan is just they're trying to produce a new flight plan. I've always said this before in my earlier streams, didn't really come across it again, but military aircraft can't just fly wherever they want to. They have to have a flight plan, as well as civilian aircraft as well. You have to submit a flight plan. Even drones as well, you are meant to submit a flight plan if you're going to do a particular flight across various places. What I mean by drones, I mean commercially, not just one you just pick up and just start flying around. But there we go, there's plenty around here. So the 100th Air Refueling Wing are one of a variety of wings that are here. So we've got the 352nd Special Operations Wing as well. They fly the CV-22 Osprey that you can see on the screens there, and the MC-130J Commando 2, which is sitting proudly over there, which is like a souped up perk, shall we say. Also got the 95th Reconnaissance Squadron, technically part of the 55th wing at Offutt Air Force Base, but can't see one of their RJs or one of their RC-135 variants. We've also got the 501st Combat Support Wing here as well. There is a segment of them at Alconbury. I don't know what the situation is, whether they are all here or they have some at Alconbury and here. Plenty going on at the moment. Now if you've got aircraft over this side parked over here, these are not part of the 100th or not part of Team Mildenhall's aircraft, okay? So these are visiting aircraft usually when they're parked over here, with the exception of the CV-22 Ospreys, all right. Will we get lucky? Now, built before World War II, built in the interest of the expansion of the airfields, military-wise. And if we look back into World War I with the airfields there, and obviously the very new era, the aviation era. I mean, it is quite new. Because of course, before the 1st of April 1918, we didn't have the Royal Air Force. It was the Royal Flying Corps. On the 13th of April 1912 to the 1st of April 1918, and the Royal Air Force became independent from there. And after the First World War, we had several airfields. Just after the armistice, we had about 300 military airfields. So we're talking from 1918, we're left with several airfields. But what do you do in that situation? Do you keep them or keep some of them? And by 1924, it was reduced to just 27. So not many about. But, of course, with things heating up, and with the mindset of a prevention, or could it happen again measure, air superiority kind of proved itself from the First World War. In fact, a lot came from the First World War, from tactics, from formations, starting off with also the markings as well. The RAF's roundel and markings do stem from France and the French flag, but reversed. That's where it comes from. In fact, when the first sort of biplane markings were added, the Union flag, the British flag, was added, but it was really difficult. In fact, many of the troops on the ground, enemy or friend, they've never seen a biplane before, or any aeroplane before. Didn't even know what it was. They had the mindset, do we wait? Shoot first, ask questions later? Well, there is truth in that. So, with that in mind, the very first biplanes were used in a military sense in the battlefield, but more for reconnaissance. And of course, enemy and friend and foe flying together, crossing the stories of two reconnaissance aircraft, biplanes, one friend, one foe, waving at each other. And then they realised, hang on a minute, they're the enemy. So next time they met, they carried their pistol and tried to shoot each other with pistols. Then they realised, hey, hang on, maybe we could arm the biplane. And therefore they did. And then it was a case of developing to fire through the propeller. Mounts, two-seater, having a propeller, a machine gun on the back. Problems there were obviously the shooting your own tail. How things have developed. And of course, 1924 we had just 27 airfields, but the expansion began due to the continental threat. Now, Mildenhall was built on the 16th of October 1934. It did have an original name of RAF Beck Row, but that changed. Beck Row is just to my left, a little a village near here. West Row to my right, but that was decided to change the name. Welcome to RAF Mildenhall. And of course, Lakey is now 5.5 miles away, the backwards pro flies. That's what you can hear in the background. We'll catch up with them in a moment. We'll get a few shots of them, just seeing what these two are going to do. We've got two F-15QA. They don't FWEEP, they have a different engine. They have a GE General Electric and F-110 229s, and they don't FWEEP because the exhaust nozzles, their actuating system uses hydraulic in a mechanical sense rather than pneumatic. haven't established what runway's in use at the moment. It's runway 28. Thought we were going to get lucky with 10. It was 10 this morning. The wind's kind of changed a little bit, but no worries. We can't have all the luck, eh? Here we go. Then again, nothing wrong with them using 28. It is quite harsh light at the moment this time of the day. And, those that joined us, welcome to a USAFE base, part of the 3rd Air Force. One of 10 units, the 3rd Air Force Command. 2 of them are here. 3 of them are here actually, the 100th Air Refeuling Wing, the 501st Combat Support Wing, and the 351st Special Operations Wing. And then just over the road we've got the 48 Fighter Wing as well. So within a small vicinity we've got 3 units of the 3rd Air Force. This is a USAFE base, and headquarters are out at Ramstein Air Base in Germany. To the Ted Coningsby channel, and as mentioned, it was a Royal Air Force base from 1934 right up until 58-59, and it was then hosted solely by the US Air Force in 1959. So 11 years after the US Air Force arrived at Lakey Moss in 1948. You can imagine Mildenhall seen many aircraft in its time. Many of you have fond memories of those. Such as the SR-71 Blackbird. There, I said it. Wouldn't it be nice, eh? Boeing pilots. Qatari Air Force F-15s. They're the F-15QA. They don't sweep, unfortunately. Will be heavies going out with this as well. One's pinging there, the KC-46 Pegasus. There we go. bad way to start the morning with F-15QAs. I do love Mildenhall in its chilled sense. Listen to the background, beautiful. Also got the Pegasus as well. There's rodders. So if you don't forget to download our Brize Bingo, the Mildenhall edition, and just seen rodders there. And if you've got KC-46 as well, add that. You can also add visiting aircraft, I guess. Or F-15. Play our Brize Bingo. Don't forget, with aircraft, you need to be airborne. If it's off the ground, it's sound. The C-17s as well though, look at this. Yes please. very patient this morning. These have been started up for a good hour. At least one of them has. If you just joined us, welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We've got two F-15QA of the Qatari Emirate Air Force with the Boeing pilots in their delivery. I mean, that's a delivery and a half, innit? You don't get that on your Uber Eats, innit? A couple of F-15QAs, man. There was a tanker going with it, just behind. Waiting patiently now. Come on. Nothing can fly without any clearance, or if you've cancelled your flight plan and you're going to get another one, it does need to be approved. It's all the delays. It's quite complicated, really, in some ways. Quite complex, not complicated, that's probably the wrong word, complex. But it's all in the name of safety as well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall. Get it right. I saw this and I thought, Lakey Moss. We are definitely at Mildenhall. How are we doing? Hope we're good. Oh, I remember one of my first Mac Loop streams that I did, and I kept saying RAF Mac Loop, or well, I didn't finish it with RAF Mac Loop, but I kept saying, you know, RAF. That was habit, you see. So we've got two F-15QAs awaiting patiently for departure. And so are we. they're just waiting for her. And so they had to refile a new flight plan. It's gone, it's come back, so hang on. I mean, it just goes to show how important it is to get the right details, get the right flight plan. If you have to change the flight plan, it is very important. If you imagine the nature of military aircraft flying around where they want to So we've got more departure details as well. Oh yeah, this is potentially we could get a lot of movements today, but so they're not being allowed to go until they've got that filed in. Of course, in warmer days to come, especially with air shows, for your little ones as well as yourself, do take care out there and drink plenty of fluid, plenty of water. Make sure you stay hydrated. I do have tea. Start up from one of the heavies. It's a call sign that I'm not familiar with, so it'll be one of the either the C-17 or that. So all three aircraft are having issues with getting the new flight plan filed in, but there's a lot of confusion going on. So, oh god, they'll get there in the end. It'll. You've got to imagine the nature of it. With military, everything has to be filed. How we doing? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. We're live here at RAF Mildenhall, and we are patiently waiting for two F-15QA flown by the Boeing pilots here for delivery. Also got a KC-46 Pegasus going out with them. I love this place. RAF Mildenhall, home of the best driven cars, I think, if there was such an award. You know it is. Hope you're all there, ladies, gents and teddy bears. I hope we're all good. But that's the nature of it. There was all sorts of talks about a volcano erupting. I mean, was it Mount Etna, was it? Something like that. Something that erupted, and of course that's extremely dangerous for delays. Lakey Moss just flying around there happily. Engine run on one of the aircraft. It's crazy. I don't know, it's in, out, in, out.
The French
They're crazy. Hopefully the next departure, if we get these three, is this view. I think it was. It's pinging. It's so hard to tell in this. Yeah, that one there. So that's cool. So still here, still having their flight plan refiled. So we've got two F-15QAs and I think it was the KC-46 just at their taxi holding points at the end there at runway 28. Of course, both flights have different call signs naturally and respectively. There was a point, there was a moment where they were going to merge and fly under one call sign. So there's all sorts going on at the minute. So just hold tight, relax. We do have a C-17. We also have a KC-135 as well that will be filling our screens very shortly, I hope. The covers off, so it's been worked on. Covers on. So we do have a CV-22 Osprey with covers off. So always a good sign. All of you that have tuned in, don't forget of course to hit that like button, support the channel as you do, hit the like, and of course come join us and subscribe to your one and only Ted Coningsby channel. It's Big Iron Wednesday. We do have a KC-135 about to depart as well. But, so the KC-135. Oh, this is going to be interesting. So we've got two aircraft ready to taxi for departure. The cables are up. So this is going to be very, very interesting. Oh, it's causing all sorts of issues. I don't know. This is very interesting. You've got the C-17 awaiting departure. You've got the KC-135 awaiting departure, but the cables are up. And I would assume it's, of course, for the F-15s there. So it's holding, but do you see the knock-on effect it has, where one flight can have a major knock-on effect, whether civilian or military, and it has a huge effect. Well, it's literally interesting to see how they do it all, but runway ops are kind of on hold at the moment here until they get these 2 or 3 to have their flight filed in again. Okay, so looks like we're going to get the C-17 to do a 180 and then backtrack just it's all sorts. It is quite interesting to see how they deal with this. Okay, it's sounding absolutely interesting. I think they're going to be going under the under a different call sign. Anyway, here we go. Let's enjoy this. So it'll be departing before the cable. So it looks like the F-15QAs are going to go under the call sign of the tanker instead. All right, it's just a mess. Big iron heavies. We've certainly got one here. C-17 Loadmaster 3. That with Memphis. As the tail flash. Look at those four beautiful Pratt & Whitney F117 PW100 turbofans. These are huge. They literally, each engine is 400 pounds plus a Eurofighter Typhoon sat on each one. 40,400 pounds of thrust in each of those Pratt & Whitney F117s. Oh yes. See the importance now of communication, having various frequencies to do different operations and different movements on at an airport. You've got ground frequency. Without any communication, you can appreciate how dangerous this is now with an aircraft that's going to be backtracking. Backtrack means to use the taxiway in a way that's taxiing opposite to the runway of its use. So they're coming towards us using runway 28. Well, this will taxi going down the runway that's in use, so going against it. It's got to backtrack. With Memphis written on it, this could be part of the 164th Airlift Wing. It's just a guess. I'd say it was, so I guess it's the 164th Airlift Wing, a unit of the Tennessee Air National Guard stationed at Memphis Air National Guard Base, Tennessee. Activated on the 1st of April 1961. The wing has been an airlift unit since then and established as the 164th Air Transport Group in 1961, but it was expanded as a group 34 years after it activated. The squadron itself, I'm gonna go for it. I'm gonna assume this is the 155th Airlift Squadron. We've also got, oh, what is going on here? So we've got this waiting. We've got the two F-15QAs. I think that's the KC-46 Pegasus, and now we've got the KC-135 in the mix as well. So I'm not sure what is, I'm not sure who's going first. Oh, I'm wondering if they're going to use 1-0. Hang on. There's all sorts going on at the moment. The knock-on effect is unreal. I mean, just think if you've got the KC-135 that needs to go out and refuel, or if you know when we're at Lakey Moss, it now makes you think when you're at Lakey Moss and we see like F-15s just on that EOR for ages because they're waiting for a tanker. This is one of many scenarios why it hasn't gone up. It's amazing, isn't it? Okay. They're using runway 10 for this one. Oh, well, that's all right, isn't it? Here we go, runway 10. Still going to take off from there. Oh my word, hang on, hold on to your berets. Here we go. Oh, look at this! Incredible.
Cut down stuff. Yeah. You got to silver that. Did that. Oh yeah, it's there.
so we've got a couple more. There we go. We've got the KC-135 on the move as well.
I'll be back in a sec, yeah? Do you need this van or not?
By the time you're back, probably
You got tape in that? You need tape?
Okay, here comes some more big iron. Here we go. Potentially could be going over the cables first. Let's have a look. Here we go.
Trey!
Messing about, was it? Look at this. Incredible. Thanks a lot, man. KC-135Q first flew 28th of March 1960, re-engined on 4th of November 1994. So thanks a lot for that, Perry. So back to the gold or retro flight that we're still waiting for. Still not sure what's going on at the moment, but we've had movement, which is great. We've had a treat to see a C-17 using runway 10, which is nice. Oh yes. Now, I think these have been running for 2 hours. Wow. But good news is we've had 2 departures. KC-135 using runway 28 and the C-17 using 10, which was quite a nice surprise actually. You're tuned into the 10 Cannon Speed channel. Oh, they've got squawk codes now, so all good. We should be seeing these depart hopefully not long. And yeah, quite rightly so. That's a lot of flexing. Welcome to the show. I hope you enjoyed it. Yesterday was good as well at Coningsby for our afternoon tea session. If you ever see our afternoon tea sessions, they are almost like a mini stream. We were there for what, 3 hours, about that? Yeah, 3-4 hours, something like that. Yeah, just for the afternoon tea session. And we've got plenty of departures, a few performance takeoffs as well, which was absolutely incredible. Monday as well, great to catch up and see our future generation of pilots of our military flying at Cranwell, and also the fly past, and it was lovely to see. I never got to tell you some of the meanings of those fly pasts that we had as a rehearsal. So you may have seen the P8 Poseidon, which is a torpedo bomber, shall we say, and you could see it being escorted by 2 fighters, and that was to symbolize the escorting role that the fighters played to protect and defend those bombers that were going into the battlefield. And of course we also had the Vic formation of the Typhoons that were flying in like a V shape in a flight of 3. That was very common. That was called a Vic formation. And although potentially stemmed from World War I, was used excessively, especially in the Augsburg raid, whether it be fighters or whether it be even the P-47s of the 48th, the B-17s, the Lancasters of the Augsburg raid, they were using the Vic formations, which usually it's a flight of 3 in almost like a V shape. And of course we also had the airlift of the A400 and the C-17 as well. So they are potentially now flying under the gold flight, I think, which will be a flight of 3. As the original 2 separate flights, one of them's been lost or not filed or whichever. Either way, it's not been refiled or not been approved or whatever reason. This is the way it is, you know, when you start delaying, this is the problem, you know. There are other flights and other aircraft flying potentially where they're going, so it's, you know, it is key to get clearance from the relevant radar. Okay, so okay, so at the moment for the two F-15QAs, it's looking good. I'm not 100% what that tanker is, whether it's a KC-46 or a KC-135, so I guess we'll know in a moment if it's got 2 or 4 engines. Here we go. Okay, as soon as we start seeing one of these move, we're good. I think we're good. I think we're good. Yep, we are. Oh gosh. Here we go. It's F-15QA time. Feels like we're at RIAT again. Go on, here we go, send it. is a KC-46 Pegasus. Well, keep a lookout because they come back again. Wow. Well, that was worth waiting for. Without a shadow of a doubt. How we doing, ladies and gentlemen? Hope we're all good. Wow, incredible. How we all doing? Margot, Simon Watchon, Christine Barnes, Igan, Ed Butcher, Davey, Maya, Marshy, Lorraine. How we all doing? Hope we're feeling good. David Smart, Righty, 72. Richard Albone, how you doing? Hope you're all good. Tony Rivers, Andrew C, Brian Smith. Hope everyone's well. Andrew C with all the movements, and we certainly got them. Ted Coningsby last week were fortunate to see the Ospreys using the range for the first time since November 2023, and how lucky was that to see them, to see it. Sorry, it was just the one, but amazing, wasn't it? Really, really good. So hopefully we get a bit of CV-22 action as well for you. Babzar, how you doing? All the regulars, Mark Garwood, Christopher Carr. So we've had one KC-135, one KC-46, a C-17 and two F-15QAs. Well, that's not a bad day really. It's certainly been excellent here at RAF Mildenhall. Hope we're all good. And, Rock Ape Chappie, just seen you on here now. Just Rock Ape Chappie 54, hope you're good. And again, don't forget, my screen can only go so far back. And I'm not always on the chats, but I am now at the moment. And I hope we're all good. Oi to you. Claire Bear as well, if she's on here. So we are in the Nook campsite. Now, you can come and spot. You don't have to stay here, although what an amazing holiday it would be if you did stay here at the Nook campsite. And there is no official viewing area for Mildenhall, as in one provided by the Ministry of Defence. So you can come to the Nook campsite. Now, there is a fee. It's a huge field, also known as John's Field, but it's in the Nook campsite. It's only £2 per person, and that's an absolute bargain. That's £2 per person. Again, same housekeeping rules apply, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Again, please don't touch the fence, damage the fence, climb it. And there are toilet facilities, although do check the notice because sometimes they are out of action in the winter months, especially on freezing days. So do abide by some of the notice that are on there. Some of the viewing times are restrictive at certain times of the year as well. So do check. And there is a payment box as you go in and enter the campsite. Plenty of room. There's, you may know, there's the trailer there, so you can get a bit more of an elevated look. There it is. Ladders are not provided, of course, but there we go. There's that Lakey Moss making the noise, which is just 5.5 miles away. The way the backwards crow flies. Hope you're all good, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Welcome to the show. Cameraman and commentator, how we doing, how we're feeling, hope we're all good. I'm just gonna have some water. Oh. Trick is now to stay hydrated this time of year.
We're in a contact 5 miles north of Cambridge under basic service. Looking to the 100.
How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good and well. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel. My name's Nikos, cameraman and commentator. Where's Ted? Ted, you eating your salmon, mate? Let me just lower this a little bit. There we go, that's better. There we go. So welcome to RAF Mildenhall, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Oh, I'm actually wearing a t-shirt for a change, eh? What have we got down there? What up? Hope we're all good. Squadron leader Ted Coningsby. Ted's not flown at Lake Mildenhall, actually. We're gonna have to sort this out. We're gonna have to see if we can speak to someone and get Ted a little Ted a heavy flight. What do you reckon? Should we get that, or even an Osprey mission, or a MC-130? What do you reckon? That'd be quite good, wouldn't it? Yeah, that'd be pretty good. Let me just just got it on the ground radio. There was an engine run just a minute ago, but I hope we're all good and staying well and keeping healthy and happy. Hope we're all in the green, ladies, gents, teddy bears. My name's Nikos, I'm your cameraman and commentator. This is Squadron leader Ted Coningsby, and I hope you're all well. And this, oh, what's that? Oh, it's the neighbours across the road. But yeah, welcome to Mildenhall. It's amazing. It is literally, you just never know what you're going to get, and the luck was on our side because it's quite a mission to get here, actually, Mildenhall, for me. Although it's so close to Lakey, it's actually a mission. It's the A14, it's the traffic, it's the A1101. And then when you start hitting rush hour, because the viewing area, I think, starts at 0800, just double check that. It's about 8 o'clock-ish it opens, or between 8 and 9. And yeah, so trying to get there in that time with the rush hour is just like, and then you try to you go off on Ted routes. Oh, that's a lovely car. Sorry, I've got to get that. Oh, they got some rides here, man. But wow. But all I can tell you here is the history here is just unreal. It really is. And it was nice to speak to someone, actually two people this week I've spoken to that they've flown, their parents have flown in Lancasters, which is amazing. One of them being 15 Squadron here as well. And there's a lady who's going to get back to me, because it's quite nice for me to, if I know a little bit about the Squadron, it's nice for me to, you know, give them a little bit of details. Not that they don't know it already, maybe they do, because of course it is quite nice to be able to look at things. But you'll notice that many that have been through combat don't actually talk about it. They don't really go into detail, and for good reason. It is all locked in there. You see, to tune anyone in the military, you need to tune them in for that, right? That's why you join. But some of the things that people see can affect them, and it may not show. I've always spoken about this as like an aircraft. It looks fine, but then it may not be inside, or the engine, there might be some issues with the engine inside, or the electronics, things like that. So, which is why I've always said some of the, you know, when you go out, you know, and some of these men were as young as what, 18, 19, going in bombers and things like that, and it's amazing. Some of them would even lie, just look cool, more senior. And you know what, the mentality, the brave, you know, what they were getting themselves in for, and then to do it day in, day out. And amongst of the thousands of Lancasters, for example, only about 34 of the thousands that were ever made, only 34 actually were Sentry bombers. Only 34 of those made it over 100 sorties. It's, you know, and we're talking thousands of Lancasters that were made, and it just always fascinates me. But yeah, as I was saying, that I hear this quite a lot when I speak to some of the guys and girls of who've got heritage of their families been in various bombers. it's quite, they don't always open up, all right, so it's not something that they open out to. My uncle, he's seen things in the battlefield, and I was the only one he ever opened up to. No one knew for decades. He didn't speak to anyone, but one day he decided to open out and talk to me. When I was growing up, I always wondered why he never liked to watch war movies. I mean, for a kid, you know, it's like walking around with a toy gun, but I always wondered why he would turn the TV over, you know, on a movie. It's like for children, a war movie, oh, you know, it's exciting. But well, I get, you know, things like that can spark things off, PTSD, and you know, it just goes to show that, you know, the battlefield isn't always, or the combat of daily life isn't always on the battlefield. The scenarios and the situation and scenarios of everyday life, and that's why charities such as the Head Up charity are amazing, which we've raised a lot of money for, £15,000 for, which I'm proud to say, thanks to all of you, your donations, we did that. It was amazing. All of you who bought our charity book, The Bear That Wanted to Fly, and all those that contributed to it, Martin Mikalecki, Ethan, Colin Brammer, Margot with the poems, all of those who have contributed to it, and all of you who have bought it, all of you who have donated, because the Head Up charity deals with that. And every week it breaks my heart I see a post from Head Up charity, and it's not always what they've encountered physically, it's what these troops have seen. The suicide rate is just terrifying, to be honest. And the Head Up charity, they help in a holistic way. They have a holistic method of doing it. So they're building it up at the moment. At the moment, they're doing one-to-one, and it was really nice to see. You know, when you donate to charity, it was really nice for the Head Up charity to show me what the money went into, and they got themselves a vehicle with all the graphics, so that they, with the insurance and all that kind of stuff, so that they can go to places one-on-one and look professional in a way, you know, that they're here to help, and the messages that are on there are amazing. It is amazing. So the Head Up charity, they help our ex and serving as well, our armed forces, because it's all very well tuning in a commando or a para, or, you know, what about Nichols and, you know, who got captured? That's got to have a major effect. And John Peters, when they got captured in the Gulf War, the torture they encountered and how that would leave them after that is horrifying. And then you hear, you know, and the horrors of each section, and they would have seen. It's something it's very hard to tune them out. It's like, I remember when, you see, this has come a long way. I haven't spoken about this for a while. This has come a long way, because I remember when as a kid, depression and mental health was a bit of a, like, oh, he's depressed. It was a taboo. It was like, if you started to feel sad, it was like, man up. It was always that ego, like, man up, stop being weak. But actually, it's not. It's actually stronger to stand up and say, hey, there's something wrong. And this is the thing where modern day now, luckily, because I remember, let's take the Royal Marines, because when I was a kid, I used to love Margaret Thatcher's mission, and actually it was the anniversary of the Black Buck raid, in Margaret Thatcher and her affiliation and her pride of our armed forces. All right, I'm not going political with it. I'm just saying it's nice to see that, because it does go hand in hand. If you are a leader and proud of your men and women that take you into the battlefield to defend our interests, then that's a good thing, right? So the point I'm making is that then I remember it was always about state of mind. It is, but then what happens? You can't have that state of mind when you come out into the civvy world, right? So it's not always all about the military, because everyday life we can encounter scenarios where they are horrific. Again, you can tune in to psych yourself up, but then how do you get out of that? You can't be in defense mode every single day of your life, which is why these charities are amazing. And, you know, Ted Conisby will continue to help that cause, because it's really important. So there we go, just a little bit of mental health, and like I've always said, stay in the green, you know, and when you start going down onto that bright yellow before you get to the red, you know, and when you get to orange, you know, you need to put your hand up. Always, even just a set of ears can help someone if you know someone that's just having a bad day. And I've always even said, even this object, this mouth, can have a lot to say in life. You know, I'm not going to go into detail, but there was some words that haunt me forever. You know, even today as an adult, that a teacher once said to me. It was a horrible thing to say to a kid. You know, I would dare dream of that. Teachers play a major part in that. I'm not going to go into details of that side of things, but even just walking day life, someone, you know, someone saying something nasty to someone could affect that person for the rest of the day and the rest of their lives. It's something that we, you know, if you can, the channel is a positive one, and you know, and we do get a lot of horrible comments, and I'm like, yeah, goodbye, because it's that mentality. If you got nothing good to say, don't say it. Move on. And you don't have to like the channel. It wasn't easy standing up here when I first started the channel with a teddy bear. It really wasn't. You know, I heard people laughing. I had people saying all sorts of things. I was posting stuff online, and people were just completely writing it off, and it's like, right, okay, and it's sad, isn't it? It's sad that we there is that, but rise above that, the 1%. You know, you're not going to please everyone. It's like you go to a fantastic restaurant, you're bound to see a bad review, right? Can't please everyone, sadly. It's the way it is. And so, you know, there's the way. It is a hard world. I'm not going to deny it. It's a really hard world. It's not easy, and it's just the way it is. And look after each other, what I'm trying to say, and make sure every word counts if you're going to say something to someone, or if it's you know, it's amazing how many people reach out to me in a private email. Or, I mean, we're talking about veterans as well that send me messages to say, you saved my life. Do you know how proud I am when I hear that? I'm like, whoa. Because, okay, I've not been in military. I've not encountered that. And I, to be honest, you know, I'm a bit late for that, really. But anyway, what I'm trying to say is that it still is about daily life, and I get that, to be tuned into that, because often when I went in a B-17 Sally B, I've been in Sally B, and I started to go dark thoughts of like, wow, you know, imagine I was in there, and you know, we're going to combat, freezing conditions, you got to wear your gloves, it's cold, we're under attack, our right engine 4's not working, it's smoking, and then one of your crew just gets hit by the flak shrapnel, and it's like, I know why I'm like that, because I've never been tuned that way. So this is what I mean, they are tuned. And I'll tell you what, a really good book, Luck of the Draw, is amazing book. And it said in there, it was someone that served in the 100th as a navigator, and I read in there that there's two factors for an airman when you're in a bomber or a scenario. Fear is good. You wouldn't believe, because we always speak of that, God, it must have been scary. Fear is a good thing if you start to feel fearful, because you're channeling yourself, you're more alert. But panic is the worst. Is when you panic, you just lose control, because you've got to be as good as the person next to you. It is a unit when you're in a B-17. This is just an example, even a Lancaster or anything like that. But anyway, I hope you take note of that, and I hope you're okay with that. And but yeah, let's ride to Mildenhall's amazing history. And when you look at it, it's vast, it's massive. And it goes all the way back to the 1920s as well, the actual history of it itself. And like I said, around 1924, there was only 27 airfields that were military. But there was an expansion. And I've always said, look, you know, at the end of the day, what are you going to do? You're going to let that happen again, or are you going to do something about it? And, you know, airfields started to be developed, and they were given expansion programs. And the government purchased the land here in 1929, and they began the construction in October 1930. The official name for this was going to be RAF Beck Row, but that changed to RAF Mildenhall in 1933 until it opened on the 16th of October 1934. beautiful. Now, when it opened, King George V officially dedicated the base on the 19th of October 1934, and Queen Mary, the Prince of Wales and the Duke of York accompanied the King during the dedication. And on the same day, the Wing Commander F.J. Linnell, OBE, assumed his position to be the base's first ever station commander. And then, of course, the wonderful, amazing Mac Robertson race. So the very first sortie here was actually an air race, and I love this. I'd love this to happen. I mean, it's a bit like wacky races at first when you think about it, but come on, I'd love that. Basically, Mildenhall to Melbourne air race. How cool, imagine that. Imagine that. And that happened on called the Mac Robertson race. The dedication, as well as the start of the Mac Robertson air race from here, drew 70,000 people, and the race began here. But it was the de Havilland Comet, the DH Comet, that actually won that race. That beautiful red one. I think it's a DH-88 Comet. It's that lovely red one, and it still flies today. It's at the Shuttleworth collection, and it was two Englishmen that won that, and a race of 11,300 miles to Melbourne from here. Took 70 hours and 54 minutes, and they won a prize of £10,000 of 1934 money, which is substantial. So the first operational unit arrived on the 15th of November 1934, and it was 99 Bomber Squadron, who are still flying. They're at RAF Brize Norton, and they fly the C-17, and I'm just having a look to see if we got another departure. I'll tell you what, if you're ever worried, just watch all the spotters run, and then you know if you've missed something. But yes, the squadron were re-equipped with the Wellington bombers, but before then there was the Handley Page Hayford bombers that were here before then, with I'm trying to remember the squadron. I think it was 30, I'd like to say 38 or 83. Let me just double check, because I always get them confused. It was the Hayford bomber. Yeah, 99 Squadron also had it. And give me 1 second, because I'll tell you why. If I remember, the B flight, when they moved to Marham, they actually formed 115 Squadron. Let me just double check for you so I got the right details. But 99 also flew the Handley Page Hayford. Let me just yeah, let me just double check that for you. 1 sec. Sorry about this, because it's one of those where I get the numbers mixed up back to front. Is it 38 or 83? Let me just look at my notes here. Pretty sure, but 99B anyway. 99B received them. I'm just trying to think who it was. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong on that. Pretty sure there was. I'll tell you what I'll do. Let me just put in Marham really quickly. Hang on. You've probably beaten me to it, but there was another squadron flying the Handley Page Hayfords, and it's going to bug me now, so I've got to get it. History. 38 Squadron. Yeah, 38. Let's go with that. But anyway, 99B also flew the Handley Page Hayford. Now, the Handley Page Hayford looked like a massive biplane, but a bomber. You have a look at it. I'm struggling to get hold of one in a die-cast way. But 99B Squadron came here as a Hayford night bomber. It was named after the place it was built, Upper Hayford. And the squadron eventually were re-equipped with the Wellington bomber. And that was in 1938, and they left the station in March 1941. So I'll tell you what I could do. I could show you the Vickers Wellington bomber, because I have one. I think we're going to get another departure actually. And there's our Vickers Wellington bomber. There it is. So I don't have the first aircraft that was here, but I have potentially the second, shall we say. Look at that. Beautiful Vickers Wellington bomber, a very successful bomber that actually flew and was built right through the Second World War. They built over 11,400 of these, and in 16 different variants. This one's a Mark 10, and you can see there the engines there on these. Look at those. They're the Hercules, Bristol Hercules engines. Just trying to get out that real sharp light. Look at that, beautiful, isn't it? Really amazing. And it also set a record in Wales in the Flintshire base, Broughton. Today they still manufacture aircraft. It's an Airbus factory, and there was a world record to assemble a bomber, and that was set in the USA at 48 hours. Well, the men and women in 1943 assembled a Vickers Wellington bomber in 23 hours and 50 minutes and even flew it the next day. And what's beautiful about it as well is the geodetic airframe. You can't see it extremely well here, but they've I've seen what they've tried to do. Look, tried to show you the geodetic airframe, and it was basically like this fence. Can you see the crisscross on the fence, the chain link? Well, imagine that as an airframe, and it was designed by Barnes Wallis. And what's magical about that, about the geodetic airframe, is that it was easy to repair when inflicted with battle damage, because if you imagine if you're going to repair bits of that fence, it was easy to repair. And that was designed by the legend that is Barnes Wallis. An amazing aircraft, the Vickers Wellington, and for me it's beautiful, and it's featured on the stained glass windows at Ely Cathedral, because it was an aircraft that really you know, quite a proud aircraft that was flying here in this part of the country. And it was one of a few twin engine bombers, and you know, it had a very good reputation, to be honest. It wasn't anything that I've ever come across. Okay, it didn't have a 4-engine bomber. It wasn't a 4-engine bomber indeed, but had a you know, had a great history with. They made it into 16 different variants as well. The Vickers Wellington Mark 1 could have a crew of 5 or 6 with a length of 64 feet 7 inches with 19.69 metres for those that do the new money, and wingspan of 86 feet 2 inches and 26 on the metres side of things. So wingspan 86 feet, that's what, just under 14 feet less than a Lancaster and the other bombers such as the Sterling. Maximum speed at 235 miles per hour with a range of 2,500 miles, and it was equipped with 6 to 8 303 guns, or Browning 303s. Bomb load for this aircraft was 4,500 pounds of bombs. That's 2,000 kilos. But like I said, it served well. You know, for a twin engine bomber, it was actually quite successful in its operations, and especially here with our Squadrons with 99B. There we go. I've got quite a few of the models that I have flown here, which is quite nice. It's nice for me to be able to show you them, because I think, you know, they're better than CGI, I think, if I was to have it on the screen. I don't know, it's the way the channel is, isn't it? So that's pretty cool. So there we go. So 99 came with the Hayfords, operated the Vickers Wellington bomber and left. Okay, so there was another operational squadron activated here at Mildenhall on the 16th of September 1935, and don't forget, this is before the start of the Second World War. Its core was its core was formed from the B flight of 99 Squadron, and this was 38 Squadron. Now that I remembered, it was a bomber squadron, and then they moved to Marham, and then they split and made a flight out of that, which led on to 115 Squadron. So I got there in the end, all right, with that. So there we go. So you know, in a start just before, towards the end of 1936, 38 Squadron, they began to replace their Hayford bombers with the Fairey Hendon Night bomber, which is a bomber that I don't have, that I can show you an example of. Plenty of squadrons here. This they did form number 5 group here in September of 1930. I like to say 1937, but they moved a month later in October and moved to St. Vincent's, in Grantham at Lincolnshire, and then of course Coningsby was under their control, etc. So there we go. It's lovely to weave the history here. So amazing. So we started. So we got Hendons here and we got Wellingtons. So I'll have to, you know, now I'll have to go and get source out a Hendon bomber. 1939, September the 3rd. Let's go right into the Second World War. 3 days after the war. Done it again. 3 days after the start, after Germany's invasion of Poland, Britain and France declared war on Germany. And the 3 Wellington bombers of 149 Squadron took off to bomb battleships in the Kiel Canal. So that was the major bombing in the Kiel Canal. That was a major combat mission for Mildenhall that took part. And if you remember 149 Squadron, they were also at Lakenheath. They moved to Lakenheath as well. They started to operate there between 41 and 43. So they're quite close together. And of course 1941 the Wellingtons were at Lakenheath with the operational training unit as well. So that was kind of cool to entwine now. It does excite me when things like that add up like that, so it's really cool. So the Kiel Canal, for those who don't know, was a stretch of waterway that links the North Sea to the Baltic Sea. And in 1940, Mildenhall became the location for 2 films as well. The first was The Lion Has Wings, and the second was Target for Tonight. Now, it was a propaganda film, and I can't remember the name, what they did, but they changed the name of Mildenhall on there. They didn't call it RAF Mildenhall. They called it something like RAF Miltington or something. I can't remember which one it was, but it was for security reasons why they did that. January the 18th, 1940, 149 Squadron conducted its first night bombing. Previously, the bombers conducted daylight bombing over targets in Europe, but this changed to nighttime due to the heavy losses, really. And then nearly a year later, November the 2nd, 1941, 149 traded its Wellingtons for the next aircraft, which did have a bit of an issue. If you think about, you know, lift and flak being the problem, this certainly had it due to the Air Ministry. Got a bit of smoke over there. Let's have a look. What's going on over there? Was that water? So the Air Ministry put out a proposal for a 4-engine bomber, which is what 149 Squadron came to Lakenheath with. And it wasn't the Lancaster, which I thought was the first 4-engine bomber, and we came across them the other day, wasn't it? Number 7 Squadron actually were the first to receive this new bomber, but it had a bit of a problem and not a very good reputation for its lift. This huge thing, the short Stirling bomber, the Royal Air Force's first 4-engine bomber. Now, if you look at the length of it, which is absolutely mighty, look how it sat quite high. I'm trying to level that off. It did sit quite high up, that did. This was the short Stirling bomber. Now, the hangars that we had during World War II could accommodate aircraft with wingspans of 102. The short Stirling bomber, well, they wanted 125 feet wingspan. They said no. They weren't going to make new hangars, or at least try to modify maybe the hangars of the Royal Air Force. But here we are. We were given this with number 7 Squadron, who now are based at Odium with the Chinook. So that was kind of cool. See how we entwine stuff. Now, the wingspan was just short of 100 feet with a length of 87 feet and 3 inches. The power plant on the, I think the Mark 1, they had the Bristol Hercules 14-cylinder air-cooled engines. They were rated at 1500 horsepower, but it was the lift. Although with a max speed of around 282 miles per hour, did have guns, 8 303 Browning machine guns, but the payload was amazing. You know, so we went from Wellington bomber that had 4,500 pounds to this at 14. And if I show you the scale difference between the two, look at this. I mean, it's a monster, isn't it? It's huge. Amazing, isn't it? I'm trying to line them up. I mean, it's massive. and because of its length, because of the weight, and it just didn't have the lift. The wings looked really stubby on it because it didn't have the original 125 or 120 feet of wingspan. So it had a mixed career with the, during World War II. It was subject to towing the Horsa gliders, by the way, eventually. So it was used. It was used for missions of 149 Squadron when they went to RAF Lakey to bomb Turin in the Fiat plant, and of course the legend of Ron Middleton VC, who was posthumously awarded the Victoria Cross for his brave and valour for trying to bomb the Turin, the Fiat works in Turin. So this was here next. So this was our next aircraft, the 4-engine, the Royal Air Force's first 4-engine bomber. I've got a bit of an issue on engine 2 here. Oh dear, might have to fix that. I'll glue that back on. But see, that's what ground crew are all about, fixing your engines. So, upgrading then to the 4-engine bomber. So it had a lift, by the way, of 16,500, which, if you think about that, that's not very good at all. When you've got the likes of the B-17 giving you 40,000 feet as well, and the Lancaster around 35,000 feet or thereabouts, 35,000 feet, 16 and a half. That's fully loaded and fully fueled. It was, it was not very good, really, if you think about it like that. You're going to expose yourself to a lot of flak damage. On the 31st of May 1942, 18 Wellingtons of 419 Squadron that were here, and 17 of 149 at Mildenhall took part in the 1000 bomber raid as well. The 1000 bomber raid, yeah, it was another sort of almost like we're not going to tolerate bullying from our Air Marshal Arthur Harris, who was nicknamed the Bomber Harris, and Mildenhall took part in the raid. I think it was 1,047 aircraft were dispatched to Cologne. They had to use some aircraft, or actually a lot of aircraft from OTUs, because the Royal Air Force didn't have 1,000 bombers. I think they lost around 40 in total. Now that's a lot, but when you look at the amount that went, 1,000, 40, 1,000 went, 40 lost. When you look at the ratio, that was deemed as good, and they dropped 1,455 tons of bombs. That's a lot. So there we go, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Just a few squadrons. Another one to mention as well. 15 Bomber Squadron were here as well in 1943 on the 13th of April, which wasn't long ago. And their motto, aim sure. Their ground cruiser 15 Squadron arrived in Horsa gliders, and also the Horsa gliders returned to Mildenhall for storage under the administration of number 25 Glider Maintenance Squadron. Excuse me. So they departed for the Mediterranean theatre, and that was in March 1944. And on August the 10th, 1943, by the way, 622 Bomber Squadron activated at Mildenhall as a sea flight of 15 Squadron. They remained here at Mildenhall until the end of the war. Their motto was Bellimus Noctu, we wage war by night, and that was in November 1943, marked the arrival of the very first permanently stationed Lancaster bomber, ladies, gents, teddy bears, along with the less sturdy Halifax bomber. So a lot of aircraft, a lot of bombers here. So we've now got Halifaxes here. We've got the Royal Canadian Air Force used the Halifaxes quite a lot. They were assigned to the Halifaxes quite a lot. That had a few teething issues. Let me show you my poorly built Halifax, by the way, before we go into detail. It needs a bit of engine repairs to it. This is another bomber that was here, the Halifax bomber. It's got a bit of engine problems on this one, but these fins here on the tail, they were kidney shaped on the earlier models, and they were subject to going into a flap spin at times because of the design, and they eventually changed it. It had, it was a good bomber. It was an excellent bomber, but it had a few teething issues unlike the Lancaster, that just, it was right, it looked right, it flew right. So this was here, and also the legendary Lancaster was here as well, finally. And this was more of the permanent side of things, the Lancaster bomber. And what I didn't notice, right, I'm probably going to kick myself for this hand. Let me get my this is what I didn't notice is the serial number there, PA474. That's Whiskey Sierra J Johnny Walker. And I found out, look at this, it's got a Johnny Walker symbol on there. And this was the legendary 9 bomber squadron that went with 617 squadron that basically took out and wiped out the Tirpitz, and this was one of them. This was one of the bombers that took part, and the BBMF dedicated one of their liveries to that in the 90s. Look at this. So I didn't actually know. I actually was thought, oh, it's got PA474 written on it, Johnny Walker. So this was here. Amazing. August the 25th, 1945, 19 days after the surrender of Japan, 44 Rhodesia Squadron moved to Mildenhall as well. We've had lots of squadrons here. What I will highlight is let's go back to 44, D-Day, June the 6th, 1944, the first day of D-Day operations. 35 Lancaster bombers from 15 and 622 squadrons struck targets along Hitler's Atlantic Wall. The next day, 33 Lancasters attacked targets in Le Sioux in France, and Mildenhall provided a staging point for the large number of Horsa gliders before D-Day. The attacks marked the first daylight bombing raids by both squadrons for Mildenhall. And the war effectively ended for Mildenhall on the 22nd of April 1945, when bombers from the station flew the last combat mission against Bremen, Germany. Germany officially surrendered May 7th, 1945, immediately after the war. Mildenhall aircraft, they returned repatriated prisoners of war and took them back to their home countries as well. So there we go. That's a little bit about World War II Mildenhall. And Mildenhall's runways were updated and resurfaced in July 1948. Bomber Command planned to bring 230 operational conversion unit to train Lancaster pilots at Mildenhall for the new bomber. So the one up from the Lancaster was the Avro Lincoln, which I don't think they were here, but the operational conversion unit didn't really go ahead, I don't think. But there's lots of that in Mildenhall's museum, by the way, which you can go to. And don't forget, you can see the wonderful, amazing Lakey Warrior there. This is how we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Normally I talk history and we get aircraft. I'm like, I'm on edge. Where are they? Do you know what I mean? But yeah, so the Lincolns were here as well for a period of time. But apparently, according to some sources, it never happened, or at least the 230 operational conversion training unit, or conversion unit, sorry, because they renamed that at the time. But anyway, so what did we have here after? Well, things started to change for Mildenhall as well. What I'll do, let's have a little look at the Square D as well, because we can't forget about what happened here with the Square D, and we'll talk about that very shortly. We actually have to go back in time for that. So after the resurfacing, things started to change for Mildenhall. Okay, so in February 1951, the first B-29s were here when the 93rd Bomb Group arrived. There's our Square D, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. I'll try to entwine some of the things that happened. So yeah, so just to give you some dates as in operations here. So 1934 to 1950, the Royal Air Force was solely using Mildenhall, but in 1950 to 59 it was a joint Royal Air Force and United States Air Force base, which is why we started to have B-29s of the 93rd Bomb Group. They arrived along with B-50s and WD 93rd Bomb Group were flying the B-50Ds, sorry. The 22nd Bombardment Wing arrived here as well, along with the 509th Bombardment Wing and the 93rd Bomb Wing as well, all flying the B-50D. We also have the KC-97 aircraft here, and some of these I don't have. Also the Boeing B-47 Stratojets that were based at Fairford also came here and also rotated between here, Fairford, and Brize Norton as well, I'd like to add. Also the WB-50D of the 58th Weather Squadron were also here, and of course Strategic Air Command as well were also here in the interest of the Cold War. So lots of squadrons arrived after that. In 1965 we started to see aircraft such as the EC-135H Silk Purse of the 10th Air Control Centre Squadron. I mean, that is a gorgeous aircraft, by the way, if you haven't seen one. So again, more changes when the 9th Strategic Reconnaissance Wing arrived here with their SR-71 Blackbirds. Oh yeah. They also controlled the U-2 as well, and that was the basically you know, big change for Mildenhall, and that was in 1976. So when they arrived, until the departure of the last SR-71 on 18th of January 1990, the 306 Strategic Wings SR-71 and U-2 aircraft came to symbolise RAF Mildenhall in the, you know, for everyone, you know, and you know, friends of mine that have a big connection, such as Perry, who has a strong connection with Mildenhall, kind of like, you know, gave that sort of love for military aviation. So February the 1st, 1992, the 100th Air Refueling Wing of the United States Air Force in Europe arrived with their KC-135. Also the 501st Combat Support Wing as well, along with the 352nd Special Operations Wing. Have a quick look. How are we doing? Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel, ladies, gents, and teddy bears. Right, Ted Bray, mate. Ted's coming up. He's going to come and say hello. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea and just get hydrated a little bit. So, that time of year now, isn't it? Alan Burden, Guards March, thank you for being a member for 23 months. Thank you all at TCS for support that you all have given me in the last 2 years since my leg up. Hope you're good, man. Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Thank you, Guards March. Sweet Sleepy Boy as well, Guards March, thank you very much for the super sticker. Kaz Spires, Guards March, thank you very much for the super chat. Nice one. David Finch as well, thank you very much for your 14 months membership. Guards March. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker as well. Guards March. Hayabusa Nutter as well with the super sticker. Guards March, thank you very much. But oi oi folks. Tony Rivers, high five. Guards March, thank you very much for gifting a Ted Collinsby membership. Davey H, member for 9 months. Great to be part of the family. Time has gone quick. Thank you. Captain Jerry Donnelly, member for 8 months. Flight Eagle. Wow. Karen Glenn, member for 23 months. Still loving these streams so much. Thank you very much. Jason Walsh, high five. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby Squadron. Guards March, thank you for joining us. This is quite a nice car, Ted. Margot, thank you very much for the super sticker. Jane Ann, welcome to the TCS Posh Officers Club. Guards March, thank you very much. Terry Stapley, thank you for being a member for 9 months. Like that, the C-17 is from Memphis. Of course, sign Elvis 4-1. Yes, I did think that. Thank you. Jenny B, high five. Thanks for the and Simon G with a very, very generous super chat. Thanks a lot, Simon G. Hope to see you soon, man. So Ted, a salute, high five, paw pump, and a Guards March for Simon G's, but congrats on 90k. Hope to see you soon, health permitting. You too, man, it's been a while, and hope to see you soon. Clive Bruce, member for 25 months, Guards March, live at Sunny Mildenhall. So Clive is here with Craig, who's celebrating 27 months as well. Craig Bruce, oi oi, from the lovely Sunny Mildenhall. It is quite lovely today, there he is, so hope you two are having fun. 8th day, thank you, high five. Sent 5 Ted Coningsby gift memberships. Thank you very much for doing that. Thanks for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. Guards March to you. And let me just go and get that over here. I'll go and retrieve that. And Keith Gregory, member for 20 months. Thank you very much. Guards March, all Nicholas and Ted, everyone. We're watching on TV while waiting for my daughter's new camera. Keep up the good work, thank you very much. Also, Lynn Brown, high five, Guards March, thank you very much. Guards March for you. And, sorry, 8th day, paw pump, and a high five, by the way, for gifting 5 Ted Coningsby memberships. I forgot your paw pump there, man. Some drink, because we need to go and get some fluid. We are a little bit dehydrating up here. been a good start to the morning. Oh. Anyone got any bingo yet? Anyone got any corners, lines, full house? Hope you're enjoying our Brize bingo. Which, of course, it's the Mildenhall edition. Said that will keep us going for a while. Ted have had a bit of a snack. Just having fish and chips, I think. Oh, nice one, Teddy. Look at these fish and chips there. Okay. So let's add some salmon. It's now having fish and chip there. You got fish and chips, Ted? Oh, I haven't seen them in ages. Ted, do you want to show us that before you annihilate them? Ted's got his yeah, lovely, love it, Ted. Nice one, mate. Ted's got fish and chips. Here he is. Ted, you're going to enjoy them, aren't you? Well, those fish and chips. Oh, I haven't seen them in ages, Ted. He loves them. All right, well, you enjoy. Do they do salmon edition? They do. Okay, I haven't seen them. Ted's off to destroy that packet of fish and chips. Oi, oi, everyone, how we doing? Hope we're all good. warm one today. And it looks like we may have, let's have a look, potentially could have an arrival around, let's have a look what we got here now. Hey man, take care, see ya. Casey, how you doing there, man? You good? Casey's here, I was going to see him now, he's just, looks like he's coming off his break. Here he is. What up? How we doing, y'all? My name's Casey. How we doing? Part of the 100th LRS. That's Logistics Readiness Squadron. You know how it is. And our motto is, we got what you need. How we doing? That's right. You need a part, we got it. Our mission is to process aircraft parts in order to maintain an accurate supply system on base. And we take care and make sure we even organize everything. And also, you got experience, bring it in. We got what you need. Anything from any part. And also, all our parts are all color coded. From blue to brown to red to green. They all mean something. Everything's got a part from parts that just need unserviceable repair or unserviceable condemned. All in different colors. And we call them DIFMs. That's due in for maintenance. And that's what we do. We've also got our QA area, and that falls under us, the 100th Air Logistics Readiness Squadron. You see, you got to be at the ready. Imagine if you're on an exercise, or if you're on the battlefield, we got to get what you need. That's how to keep things flying. And also, the QA also deals with the fire extinguishers, all that kind of thing. Or the checklist. I'm on the flight line. I got to make sure everything is exactly what they need. I got what you need. That's it. We usually start our day. Oi, how you doing, bro? We usually start our day by receiving DIFMs. That's due in for maintenance. Don't forget that. Making sure all the paperwork matches the parts and delivered, and then taking accountability for all items. Whether it's preparing some to be shipped out for repair, disposal, or bringing those which can be used into the warehouse. We are constantly churning out those tools and making sure the parts and maintenance professionals the need to fly. Hey, that's my ride. I got what you need. Hey, how you doing? What up? Got some mighty fine vehicles there.
Hey, excuse me, sir. How you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Ozzie? You alright?
Yeah, I'm good. And just waiting for the to head back. I'm just waiting for the C-17. I'm just looking for the pilot.
Alright, what's his name?
Well, his name's Andy, and I'm just trying to find him.
Alright.
And you seem a man that can, you know, can tell us if, you know, we got what we need, right? And I'm just thinking that you may have seen Andy.
No, I ain't seen Andy. I'm afraid I can't help you there. What does he look like?
Well, it looks a bit like well, he's got fur.
Right.
He wears camo.
Oh, I think that's him there. Andy! No, that's not Andy.
It didn't look like him. And he wears camo.
Well, that's why you can't find him.
But we're going to need him to take the plane. He's got to take off. He's the pilot.
Well, Andy, well, we'll have to put a little call out for Andy. And anyway, I must go. 100th LRS. We got what you need. Except Andy.
Well, where'd he go? He can't just leave. Oh dear. Guess I'm stuck here. I might have to go and ask someone. Anyway, my name's Ozzie, and I'm from Amberley Air Base, and we operate the C-17s. Just looking for my friend, Andy. Where did everybody go? Well, I don't know. They left. Oh dear. Well, anyway, good day. It's a bit of a warm one, isn't it? I'd rather that than be rained on. Whew! You alright, man? Good. Yeah. Yeah. Period, and as you've seen, Mildenhall can have a right variety of things going on. Bogging a tie, no mine, no mine. Bogging a tie, no mine. Bogging a tie, no. Oh, hello, how you doing? Grand Crew Drew here, how's it all going? Hope you're alright. Just on me break here from the 100th. That's right, I've been working with KC actually. He's in the LRS, Logistics Readiness Squadron. Hope we're all good. I'm Grand Crew Drew, how you doing? That's right. Part of the Grand Crew team, just like KC. Make sure that everything's going well. Hey, alright now? Hey, how you doing? You alright there, Reggie? Alright there?
Oh, I'm alright now, as it's a bit warm, isn't it? Goodness me, it's like Operation Suntan here now, isn't it? Oh no.
Yeah, it's nice to see the current bun. Peas in a pot, love it.
Peas in a what?
Peas in a pot.
Peas in a pot. Oh, right, yeah, it's one of your little terminologies, isn't it?
Yeah, that's it, mate. Yeah, it's all good. Well, I'll tell you what, some lovely jam jars here.
Jam jars? Well, I'm more of a strawberry jam, but, you know.
No, jam jar, car.
All right.
Yeah, they've got some lovely momos here.
Momo. Oh, I know that one, Momo's a car and all, innit?
Yeah, that's it, mate. Get with it, you know how it is.
Yeah, looking forward to this. Hopefully we get some more of these gurnt planes, a lot of gurnt planes, and then a couple of pretty little planes flew around, innit?
Yeah, they were the F-15QAs.
Alright, well, how are they different to the ones at Lakey then now, these pretty little ones?
Well, they've got different engines and they're fly-by-wire.
Is he alright, Scott? Fly by what?
Fly-by-wire. You see, it's all done with computers. So a lot of the input is done with computers. It's a very clever system. They got different engines and they don't make the thweep sound.
Oh, they don't thweep. That's one of my favourite parts about the old F-15 there now.
Yeah, well, sadly, because of the hydraulics and it doesn't use pneumatics, you see, so the exhaust nozzles, the actuating system, they're not pneumatic, so it doesn't actually punch out the air.
I really don't know what you just said there, but I'll go with that. So these ones don't, because they don't have air.
Well, that's pretty much it, yeah, sort of. But there we go.
Alright, now, I'm just doing my perimeter check, make sure everyone's alright and behaving themselves. Just making sure it's all good. My name's Reggie, part of the RAF Regiment. One of our jobs is to make sure all the assets, including this guy here, and all those gurnt planes and pretty little ones and those transformer looking things over there, those Ospreys, you know, it's got to be all good there now. Anyway, it's all good there now.
Yeah, it's all good.
What are you listening to anyway?
Oh, only my favourite Jimmy Nail, innit?
Jimmy Nail, oh, he's a legend, innit? The old crocodile guy, innit?
Yeah, he was also in Hammer, I think. Hammer, he played a program at Hammer. That was quite good. Yeah, so I thought I'd get the old, you know, old headphones on, the old shades there, innit? It's got to be good.
A bit busy round there, isn't it? Colours there now.
Yeah, it is. Right, I'm off. We're going to go to the sweet shop and just make sure they don't melt, because this time of year, sweets, they don't really like the heat, but never mind, got to eat them quick, haven't it? Actually, do you know what? I might go and get myself some ice cream.
Yeah, alright. How'd you get here?
I took the BM.
Oh, I didn't know you drove a BMW.
No, I'm on BMX.
Oh, that's a good one, that.
Yeah, it's alright. And then off to the, we're off out later tonight, me and the missus, yep.
Alright, where you going there now?
Off to the restaurant.
Oh, which one's that?
The one on the moon.
What on the moon there? Oh, there you go. Restaurant on the moon there, no?
Yeah, lovely restaurant, you know. Good views, as you might expect. Food's amazing. It's out of this world. But it's got no atmosphere, though.
This guy's a good one, isn't it? Anyway, right, I'll tell you, I've got one for you.
Alright, go on.
Right, Reggie, special move, Reggie, talk with this one.
Alright. Okay, I'm ready for you.
Knock.
Who's there?
You old lady.
You old lady, you.
You old lady, you. I didn't know you could yodel.
Right, on that note, I'm off. See ya.
It's all good around here now. God, it's a bit warm, isn't it? Right, I'm off to do me checks. Behave yourself there now.
I've got a little bit of movement on the CV-22s there. So, question I do get asked: why don't the MC-130Js and the CV-22 Ospreys, why don't they have the square D? And that's because of the wings are not associated with the 100th bomb group. Simple as that. And the 100th Air Refeuling wing, of course, were the 100th bomb group, and their nickname is still today the bloody 100th, and that's all because of the nickname came when they arrived and started to operate at Thorpe Abbotts, which from here, let me just get you the distance. I thought it was between 30 and 40 miles away. 32 miles away, yeah. I don't know how far that is in the way the backwards crow flies, but it's around sort of 30 miles per hour. 30 miles away, not 30 miles per hour. So yeah, so it was designated by the US Air Force, or US Army Air Force, because don't forget they were Army. They weren't actually an Air Force as such independent, but they were the US Army Air Force then, and they designated RAF Thorpe Abbotts as Station 139. Station was originally built for RAF use. It was supposed to be a satellite station for RAF Forum, but the rapid build-up of the 8th Air Force resulted in the airfields, both of them, even RAF Forum as well, to become a United States Army Air Force airfield. The 36 hard standings originally planned were increased to 50. The hangars were T2, and one at the east of the flying field and one on the south side adjacent to their technical site. And this and several of the domestic sites were woodland stretching south and bordering the A143 dis to Harleston Road. Now, Thorpe Abbotts was given the United States Army Air Force designation as Station 139. So, the 100th Bomb Group, if we go back a little bit, they were operating, or going to be operating, the B-17 Flying Fortress. But this started out in June 1942, before they arrived in England. They were activated as the 100th Bomb Group Heavy. So if you see in brackets a letter like H, that stands for Heavy, L for Light, D for Dive, and various other designations. They were assigned at the time to 3 Bomber Command. The group remained unmanned until the 27th of October 1942. And then, of course, they transferred from 29th Bombardment Group to Gowan Field, Idaho. And within a few days, on the 1st of November, they moved to Walla Walla Army Air Base, Washington, where it received the first 4 of the air crews for the B-17Fs That was from the factory, the Boeing factory in Seattle. Now on New Year's Day 1943, it's time to start moving. Moved to Nebraska, and then it was literally, where were you going to be assigned to? It was a very interesting time for those that were traveling and going into the operational theatre around the world. Was it Pacific? Was it Atlantic? Was it, you know, was it Middle East? Was it Burma? Was it, you know, was it Africa? Was it Europe? Was it Italy? Was it Europe? Where was it? Was it good old grey England? And it was, for the 100th. They moved here. Now I'll show you in a moment the aircraft that they were operating. Now they arrived at Poddington, set sail on the RMS Queen Elizabeth. Of course, some of the crews rendezvoused with their air echelon and moved together to RAF Fort Pabbotts. And it was on the 25th of June 1943 that the 100th Bomb Group flew its first 8th Air Force combat mission, and they were bombing the U-boat yard at Bremen. Now the beginning of the bloody 100th's legacy. Now the group focused its bombing attacks against the German airfields, industrial plants, naval facilities, France, Germany, Poland, Netherlands, Norway, Romania, and even the Ukraine. The group inherited that nickname, the bloody 100th, not because they suffered the most, as in the total amount of losses. It was how many came back from any one mission. The percent ratio was awful, and that's where they got their name from. And one of the worst missions on severe losses was the raid, such raid on Munster on the 10th of October 1943. 18 100th Bomb Group B-17s were assigned to the mission, of which 5 actually aborted and turned back. So 12 of the 13 B-17s never returned, failed to return, that reached Munster. They were shot down, and the only surviving one was the 100th Bomb Group's B-17, and reached Munster as well, and it was the Royal Flush, for those that want to know the details, serial 426087, and this was flown and commanded for this mission by Robert Rosenthal. Returned to base severely damaged with several crew blood-ridden, wounded. Only 4 of the original 38 co-pilots assigned to the group completed their assigned 25 mission tour. In August 1943, the group received its first DUC, that's Distinguished Unit Citation, after attacking the German air factory at Regensburg. And it was one of 7 bomb groups of the 3rd Bombardment Wing attacking the city on the 17th of August 43. It resulted in a serious disruption to the German fighter production, because a lot of the targets were homing in on, a bit like the Augsburg thought to stop production of certain things, so engine plants, ball bearing plants, the attack on Turin Fiat Works, that kind of thing. The MAN industrial plant to stop the engines being built for the U-boat, that kind of thing. This was what they were doing. That was their mission. They bombed marshalling yards and the V weapon sites in Western Europe. In February 1944, they took part along with the RAF in Big Week, or it was called Operation Argument, but the nickname was Big Week, and it was an Allied attempt to force a decisive battle with the Luftwaffe and gain air superiority over Western Europe before the invasion of France. And in March 1944, the 100th Bomb Group completed a succession of attacks on raids in Berlin and received its 2nd Distinguished Unit Citation of the war. While bombing during the oil campaign of the World War II as summer of 1944 approached, the group also conducted interdictory missions as well, such as the June bombings of bridges and gun positions in support of the invasion of Normandy. Also in the following months as well, the bombing positions at St. Lo, followed by attacks in Brest in August and September. In October 1944, the 100th Bomb Group attacked enemy defences in Allied Drive on the Siegfried Line and marshalling yards and German-occupied villages, targets at Ardennes, the Battle of the Bulge from December 1944 to January 45. For its extraordinary efforts in attacking heavily defended German installations in Germany and dropping supplies to French forces in the interior from June through December 44, the 100 received the French Croix de Guerre with Palm. The group flew its last combat mission of World War II on the 20th of April 1945. Their legacy still lives on today, and it's amazing. It is a must visit. Visit the 100th Bomb Group, and it's amazing because when we see this amazing Square D on the KC-135s, the Square D flying proudly, it's the only operational World War II marking still flown operationally today, and it is without shadow of a doubt. Now, what I'm going to show, see if I can show you. Let's have a look at it now. Yeah, let's pick on. Let's pick on this one. Now, of course, the U.S. Army Air Force was, you know, small compared to the likes of the Luftwaffe and the Royal Air Force as well. And let me just pop this B-17 here. I'm going to show you this Lancaster. Now, it is very effective to have squadron markings, okay? Very effective to have them sort of not stand out straight away. You give out, if you put 9 squadron here, or number 9, that's a giveaway to the enemy who you were, exactly the squadron, and also you can follow them back to find out exactly where that squadron operates from, which is why they had certain codes. And you know, this system having markings was in place. So the first 2 letters are here for good reason. This represents 9 squadron. The 3rd letter here, that's the flight, the call sign. So that's the flight. So they had A to Z. All right, they weren't always they weren't using the phonetics that we use today. So this one was Johnny Walker. B Baker for KM. Z was zebra. That kind of thing. So markings were a great way to form with your bomb groups or squadrons, etc. So the United States Army Air Force saw this as quite useful, so that it can get into formation. Now, this is now this doesn't have a square or a shape as such. Now, I'll talk you through what the 8th Air Force did. All right. So the 8th Air Force. In fact, I could show you my notes as well while I'm here, but there were 3 shapes in the 8th Air Force. They had a triangle, a circle, and a square. Now, each shape represented the division. So the triangle was the 1st Air Division, the circle, the 2nd Air Division, which was predominantly on the B-24 Liberators, and a square. All right, so we now know that Mildenhall's 100th Bomb Group were the 3rd Air Division. All right, so we got that bit. And then you had a letter, and they chose various letters, so you could have a D on a different shape and it'll be a different bomb group. All right, so they weren't a wing. Don't forget, don't confuse the group with a wing. They were under different wings then, and now they're a wing status. All right, so you would have had that here. This is the serial number. This is actually Memphis Bell, and then you had the 2 letters, similar to the RAF format, the 2 letters, and then you've got your flight, which on this one is Alpha. All right, so that was the B-17 that they were flying. Amazing, absolutely incredible, beautiful aircraft, the B-17, Flying Fortress, given its name on a day where it was given the nickname B-17, so the Boeing took that and thought, yeah, we're going to call it the Flying Fortress, because the amount of guns it had on there. Amazing. So, when the 100th Air Refueling Wing arrived in '92 here at Mildenhall, because they weren't far away from their very original base, they were given the honour to fly it, the Square D. So Elvis is heading back. And don't forget, ladies, gents and teddy bears, to hit that like button if you haven't done so, and if you've forgotten, come and join the Ted Coningsby channel and subscribe. You know how it is. So it looks like Elvis is coming back. Is that the APU running on that? Does sound like that APU's running on that, doesn't it? Oh, got a bit of flashy. Oh, hello. This could be good. Well, I hope it is. Yeah, so I didn't get to show you it, but I'm going to show you some of my notes, which some of you will find quite interesting. So, as I spoke about it, here we go. This is some of my homework. This is what I get up to over the weekend. So you got an Air Force, a division, so the shapes, the wing, the group, and then the squadron, right? So there we go. So just to give you an idea, fighter groups were put into 3 squadrons. That will kind of explain why Lakey Moss's 48th fighter group at the time when they formed, and with other groups as well, that because they had 4 when they were activated in 1941, so it meant that one of them had to move. Also, there was one roundel which saved lives, which I'll show you a demo if you're not familiar with, where the US Army Air Force aircraft decided to have just the one roundel on the top of the left and obviously underneath, and there was a good reason for that. Also, that was in early 1942, upper left and upper right under the wings. Why? We can tell you that in a moment. The designs of the roundels were in effect for the US Army Air Corps and the Air Force in 1919 with the red meat ball. Depending on where you were going into the battlefield, because Japan had red, I mean, you've got milliseconds. Remember what I spoke about. If you've got an aircraft going 200 miles per hour and an aircraft coming towards you at 250, that's about 200 meters a second. You ain't got time to think. This ain't no computer game. You're looking out for markings, and if you're not familiar with that aircraft, all you're doing is looking out for markings. You see red, shoot it. Which is why eventually in May 1942, on the 15th of May, they emitted the meatball as it was called. June 28, 1943, they added the bar to boost visibility. During June 1943 to August 43, they had that the red bar as well, if you've ever seen that. There's some of my examples, and each air division had attached to them fighter wings. So fighter wings were to help them and to escort them. I was going to give you another little thing that I did. I decided to draw the 1st Air Division. I did the triangles on this one, just to give you an idea of the extensive bomb groups of the 1st Air Division. So all those with the triangles, this was all of them. And the 64th Fighter Wing were attached to the 3rd Air Division, and it was the 13th Bomb Wing, and the 13th Bomb Wing had the 100th Bomb Group. So now, here we go, so the 100th Bomb Group were actually attached to the 13th Bomb Wing. Alright, so remember that. And then of course you've got your squadrons. So December 42, squadron codes were put into place for the US Army Air Force. June 43, group letters and divisions and the shapes. In spring 43, color-coded stabilizers as well were added. And in winter 44, no more paint. The amount of weight you add when you start painting aircraft is immense. Something we don't really think about. You think, I'll just stick some paint on there. But then paint, when you're going to paint and cover an entire aircraft, it's, well, it becomes a bit heavy. I don't know what runway she's going to use. The C-17, whether it's, I mean, it took off using 10. We're just approaching the north of Ely right now. see it now. In this haze. Try and give myself a little reference.
Target, good afternoon, 1 Heavy, we're 5 miles to the west, left down 14528. Look for 1 Heavy Mildenhall Tower report, left base on Lake Road.
now what do I do? The 7th Special Operations Squadron, part of the 752nd Special Operations Group, the 352nd Special Operations Wing. Check this out, Osprey time. Heavy time. Rotor slap time. Heavy time. Sorry, I'll shout now. Let's keep it a little bit wide for the ride, hang on. Might be able to fit them both in, hang on. There you go, come on. In you go. Transition quite nicely, I think. Yeah, I'll leave it there for a minute. We're right in. Here we go, Osprey time. So our next movement will be the Osprey, departing hopefully very shortly. Thanks a lot, Stuart. Thank you very much. Great shot. How's the bingo going? How's Brize bingo? Rodney was on the screen earlier today. So this can take off vertically, land vertically, and also turn into a conventional takeoff and land aircraft as well. Tilt rotor aircraft, and they specialise in special ops, extracting troops, casevac in hostile, undesirable, non-posh environments. It's got the qualities of a helicopter with long range, fuel efficiency, and the speed characteristics of turboprop aeroplanes. Powered by two Rolls-Royce Liberty AE 1107C engines, more than 6,200 shaft horsepower per engine. Rotor feet are 38 feet diameter. Steady Bears, don't forget to hit the like button and subscribe to your one and only Ted Conisbee channel. Thanks for joining us, Davey, Hanosaurus Rex, Christopher Carr, Margot, Alex Blackcap, Simon John 2003, Stephen Corley, how you doing? Regards to you, family and the cats. G Van Pulliam, Synchro Toads, Davey, Christopher Neal, Simon Watchorn, Dave Holloway, Joshua Haddock, how you doing? Christopher Neal, Mark Riches, Ali Leyland, what's going on? Beth Dunn Birch, of course, Simon G, how you doing as well if you're tuned in? Stuart G, Ellie J Approach, White Wizard, what up? There's the AWCU that'll be on our screen now. How's it all going? Hope you're all good. Special Operations Squadron this is. Oh yeah. They just love that sound. Beautiful sound. another one running over there, but yeah. Oh, let me see what the CV-22 is coming back. Call sign usually is knife. Probably that's gone, I think. I think it's coming back, but I'll keep an eye on it. Right, what else have we got for today? I think this is next, isn't it? It's got to be. Just kidding. God, something feel like KFC at the moment, isn't it? I don't know why. Oh, hang on, it is turning quite fast. Oh no, here we go. This looks good. This looks very good. Nice, well we didn't have to wait too long for that. Oh, in the meantime. Square D. Big iron that is, still going, the legacy of the legendary KC-135. Oh hello, what's this here? Is that giving me a bit of flashy there? Nikes, thank you very much. Thank you all of you for helping the channel. Right, so looks like we may have the 747 Camber 163 call sign coming here. Just going to get a quick cut of tea. So the two C-17s are back together again. Look at that. Said it like very romantically there, didn't I? Oh, good. Lights are on. So yeah, keep an eye out for the 747 heading for Mildenhall, perhaps. It looks good. It does look good. Right, just going to go and get myself a drink. So Camber 163 should start to turn north. We hope. Right, let's have a look what else we got. What else we can hope for? Those are just little hopefuls, aren't they? Quite a regular at Lakey, that one as well, that specific aircraft. What else could we have? Never know with Mildenhall, isn't it? The beauty of that. Yeah, I'm not sure if that's coming here now. What is that? Let's see. Let's see. Hope you're all enjoying the show. Ted Coningsby channeled live here at RAF Mildenhall, and I hope you're having a good time. It's been a nice mixed bag again, isn't it? Just need the MC-130J really to complete the aircraft that are based here. We don't have, well actually, saying that, the C-146 is still here. We haven't seen that fly, and any of the RC-135s and the Rivet Joint, so there's still them to mix it in here that are actually based here, whether on temporary or whichever. We've got another departure, is that? It looks like we might have another departure. Got another one on the move. Or has that been towed? Ah, it's towed. What is that? I couldn't hear it. Okay, so 747 is not coming here by the look of it. That is on tow. That is on tow. Right, let's see what else we got. Right, I'll be right, I'm just going to grab a quick bite to eat. How we doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Hope we're all good. Welcome to the Ted Coningsby channel.
Somehow ground, CV-22 minutes. CV-22 maintenance, you know that?
CV-22 Osprey. You never know, might get it out again.
G'day, my name's Ozzie, still looking for Andy. I hadn't seen him, I'm just hoping I can see him. Maybe I'll ask this guy. Excuse me, mate. Hey mate, you over there? The singer? Looking for me friend Andy. I don't know if you've seen him. Oh, well, maybe he's just holding back the years. No, I don't know. He was here today. Have you tried calling a night nurse? I don't think so. Never, never love. Are those lyrics, or were you just trying to communicate? I'm not sure what's going on. I'll try one. You're simply ready. Very good, my friend. Who are you looking for? I'm looking for my friend Andy. He looks like me, and he wears a lot of camo. That'll be why you can't see him. Well, let's go now. Don't hold back those years. Goodness me, what's up with him? Never mind. Where did everybody go? Well, I don't know. They leave. Jens from Germany. How are you? Yes, very disappointing football Bundesliga. Very disappointing. We must not talk about the football here now. Hello, Jens. Wingy, how are you? Yes, what's all that racket over there? That'll be the 48 Fighter Wing. I see, yes, This is that noise, listen to them. Way more racket than John McEnroe. Very funny. I like jokes like this. Yes, I'm part of the Porsche officers. I used to be a wing commander, you know. Yes, good. There we go. I see the Brize one, yes? Yeah. Yes, I like my jokes as well. I like jokes. They're very good. I see. Tell me a joke. The world's worst limbo dancer walks into a bar. No, Joanna, my stick and my monocle. Do you have another one? Just Joanna, tell me a joke quickly.
or this gentleman wants a joke.
Just stare at him for a few minutes. What's going on here?
I don't know. A kebab walks into a bar.
Okay.
Yes, and they said, sorry, we don't serve food here.
Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. My friend, let me come this way.
Joanna, goodbye.
Thanks for joining us today, ladies, gents and teddy bears. Been a right mix, isn't it, with C-17 Osprey, KC-46, F-15QA, and of course the KC-135. Still doing some maintenance on this then. tell you what though, some of these airfields, the size of the hares and the bunny rabbits are massive, aren't they? They are extremely huge.
Oh, I need your help. I need backup. I need backup. The size of these bunny rabbits around here are insane. Oh my goodness me. Oh my goodness me. You see the size of that one? Don't know what they feed them, but they're massive. I'm going to need backup. I'm going to have to do something here. Might have to try something. I'm gonna have to try something definitely. Forward, back, kick, forward, back, kick. Oh, I don't know if can he do that twice. I don't know if I could do that twice. Am I allowed to even do that twice? Come on, I need some backup. How you doing there now? Oh, you all right there now? How are you doing? 3 Reggies. Right, listen. The plan is we're in a lot of trouble here now. We're not. Don't know what we're gonna do. What's up? What seems to be a problem? There's this huge gurnt giant rabbit. You called us over for a huge gurnt giant rabbit. Well, yeah. Well, come and have a look. It's over there. It's, oh my goodness me, the size of that thing. Don't know what we're going to do. I'm not sure. Stay strong, boys. Stay strong, Reggie. Together. Goodness me. Goodness me. What we're going to do? Oh my goodness me. Go away. I'll deprive you of carrots. Right, that's it. Take this one away. You have him. You have him. No, I'll have him. Oh my god, what's going on? Oh! We got him. Goodness me. All in a day's work. I'm gonna have to file a report on that one. Goodness gracious me.
How we're doing, ladies, gents, teddy bears. Hope we're all good. Hope you're still tuned in with us. As you know, like with many bases and places, they can have quiet periods. Very similar to Brize Norton as well. You can have a full-on day. And this is now doing some flashy. Okay, this could be going out again for another air test. How are we all doing, ladies, gents and teddy bears? Ellie J Approach, Simon Watson, Stuart G, Ali Leyland, Steve Rampling, Sammy B, Margot, Alex Blackcat, Don Castellas, Meth, Ellie J Approach. How's it all going? Simon Watson, Mayhem Marshy, Righty 72. Hope you're all good and well. Robert Brassel, Pablo G, Argan, Dave Earl. Doctor, how you doing? Hope you're all good as well. And Righty72, right, time for work. A big thank you to Ted Connings being Nikos for the amazing span of flight. Hope you all enjoy the rest of your day and enjoy and take care until the next time. See ya! Take care, man. Hope you're well. Johnny B, hope you're good. Loving your little profile pic there, along with Sammy B as well, with all the little bears as well. How's everyone doing? Hope you're all well and all good. Baxter, oi to you. Mac Clark, that's hilarious. Someone turn on the hair conditioning, that's hilarious. That is rather funny. Right, we're gonna get another go. Spinning. Did that just spin? Well, I've seen that spin. But hello. Looks like they're doing a lot of, they're doing some sort of maintenance on this, aren't they? Tested the you may not see this fly, but you see all the stages of the tilt rotor now. It's quite interesting. Something we don't get to see that often. nice to see it move anyway. But got the MC-130J over there, just and at RAF Mildenhall they have a single experienced senior member of the public nah, just kidding, a senior member of the team, and his role, I think he's I didn't quite catch his age, he's I think he's way in his 70s, and his single, well, I hope I got that right, goodness me if I got that completely wrong, but his sole role is to just work on maintaining the propellers on these MC-130s. That's all he does. He specialises in the propellers, from inspecting for any tiny snags, any scratches, any fatigue. That's his speciality. That's all he does. And how good is that? As a gentleman, and that's all he does. That is so cool. Because of course, any slight snags, scratches can affect the performance of each turn on the propeller. It's a bit like the splitter bridge and the boundary layer. You know, if it, you know, you're going to get different pressure been built on each blade. So you've got what was that, 5 blades or six blades on the hook? Then, you know, if one of those is out, it's going to cause all sorts, and it could also lead to engine problems, of course. Jimbo, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. This thing does sound like it's spooling and stuff. teddy bears. Hope you're all good. So we've got a bit of a quiet period at the moment now, but what we'll do, we'll stay till 1500 and see if there's any more movements. If there's not by 1500, we shall call it a day. We shall see you soon. Well, I wish this was taxiing, but it's not. Something is firing over there, but I'm not sure what it is. Spooling is probably the correct word. Triple Nick, how you doing, man? Hope you're good. I can hear an engine spooling. I'm not sure exactly what it is, so we'll see. They are using a runway 28, although we were fortunate to see the C-17 depart using runway 10, which was quite cool. It really sent it, didn't it? tumbling over there, isn't it? Not sure what it is. High five and a Guards March to Panosaurus Rex for gifting a Ted Cottonsby membership. Guards March, thank you very much. Margot as well for the super sticker. Guards March. Deep Purple 88. Oi, oi, grab a coffee, Ted and Nikos. Thank you very much for the super chat. A Guards March to you. Ellie Leyland, Guards March, thank you very much for the super sticker. Thank you very much. Good ladies, gents and teddy bears. Not anything nearby that's approaching or just going to check ADSB. Oh man, see the spark up coming in, man. Love it, love it, love it. Right, I think that is probably safe to say. I don't think we're going to get anything else. So, yeah, well, should we do it now? I think we've got a Guards March to do as well, Ted, just quickly, I think. Yep, we have. Nick Ward, thank you very much. Guards March for the 555, Triple Nick. Nick Wood, how you doing? 555 Triple Nick. Can I have a bear hug for my best girl Millie, who's not feeling the best at the moment, with lots going on. Thank you, Ted, Nikos, and all of the CSIF. Sure, a little bear hug for Millie. Hope you get well soon, Millie. And Guards March for you, Ted, to stay in the green, and I hope you get better soon. Guards March for you, Millie. Thanks a lot, Nick, for that. Hope she gets better soon, mate. Definitely hit something spooling though over there. But good. Oh well, that's a bit close, isn't it? Yeah, Lady Shed Steady Bears, listen, thank you very much for tuning in today. It's absolutely scorchio, and Ted and I are just going to go and get hydrated, and we'll call it a day. It's been good. It's been a good day at Mildenhall with the variety that we've had here today, and it's been good fun as well, and I hope you've enjoyed it. The noisy neighbours over there, we'll be seeing them on Friday here at from the Ted Coningsby channel. How you doing, man? Oi, oi. Amazing. And yeah, I hope you enjoyed today. It's been good fun. It's been dry and warm, so that's all good. Nice sort of fun, strange start to the morning with the all sorts going on with the flight plans of the F-15QAs. That was very interesting, along with its KC-46 Pegasus, which we saw as well, which was kind of cool. How'd you get on in your bingo? Hope anyone got a bit of success with that one, but that's the fun that it can be. So I hope you enjoyed it today, and we'll see you on the next one, Lady Shed Steady Bears. First of all, RAF Mildenhall, thank you so much for what you do. Thank you. All the visiting aircraft as well, all your Air Force's squadrons and wings, thank you very much as well. So Lady Shed Steady Bears, that leaves us now to say goodbye. So we've had a good bit of fun, haven't we? We've had a good day. We've had lots of fun on the channel with lots of bears going on, and some real strange bunny rabbit that's I don't know, that spooked the Reggies there. But I hope you enjoyed it, Lady Shed Steady Bears. So here we go then. My name's Nikos. I've been your cameraman and commentator. This is our squadron leader, Ted Coningsby, and we'd love to say thank you very much for all of your support today here live at RAF Mildenhall. So for the last time for the month, it is see you soon, wish you well.
Still down there.